Yep. Oh boy. Things were a bit rough last week. Still struggling a bit, but just raw dog turned on the stream just to get something done. Hopefully we managed to get something done. Oh, hello Max, how's it going? So now we have a little bug to figure out. I don't actually know why it's doing what it's doing. I have some clue. But I guess not really. Alright, let's try that again. What's the best way for global variables in C#? Just static class? I have no clue. I think maybe. I made one file called well, it is somewhere. Called static variables. That I just did this with. So I think that works, but you do have to like include this class, right? Or call static variables dot base resolution or whatever. So this is certainly a solution to do to it. Yeah. Because here I store like tile size and the resolution of the game and stuff like that. Now I don't know if that's the best way. I'm not a best way programmer. I don't really generally know what the best way is necessarily. I just try to figure out what is not bad, rather. Because there's a massive difference between an okay solution and a bad solution, right? Because the difference between an okay solution and a good solution is usually like one is maybe a bit more complicated or unnecessary or, you know, whatever. But the difference between like an okay solution and a bad solution is that the bad solution runs like shit. That's how I see it. So as long as it's not a bad solution, if it works, it's good. Pretty much. Alright, let's see if we can figure this out at all. I did something like that. And now it's not happening at all. Now it's doing it there. Huh. Wait, why is that? I don't find another solution, I'll say static class. I think static class is just fine. Hooked up. Professional programmers say it's a little problematic because memory static stay until the program is exited. But I mean, the thing with static variables is that it's generally something that you're meant to be using all over the place. Hi, static variables is quite bad practice. Better to create service instance and store what you need in its property. I don't even know what that means. Oh, hello, Kudu. What's wrong with a static variable? This is just randomly not working. Alright, it just straight up doesn't work, actually. We trying to avoid them, but why? That's the thing. It's like, why? Because there's like it's very easy to say that something is a bad practice, but that often has like a reason why. Because when you're working in like a larger team, that's when like bad practice is usually like something that is there for a reason, because it's like someone is gonna be an idiot and he's going to like use some static variable or something that he's not actually supposed to use, and then when that variable gets changed later on, it's gonna break like things over here or there, like, you know, stuff like that. So I guess it really depends on the context, because like as a solo developer, what's bad practice is often like irrelevant, because you're maybe not even working with anyone else. So in that case, it literally does not matter unless your project is gonna grow in size, and then like you're gonna have 10 new people all of a sudden using your stuff or working with you as programmers, which is exceedingly uncommon, but you know, happens. Like Minecraft. Well, I'm sure Minecraft still has like one programmer on the team. I would be surprised otherwise. Alright, so this does not work for literally no reason, which is badass. So why does it not work? Yeah, no, Minecraft is super weird. It's like the most successful game ever, and they put literally no effort into it at all. They're just like, I think they don't know actually what to do with it. So they're just like, you know what, let's just keep it on life support and just milk the money for a while, and then just kind of whatever. Minecraft would unironically be a better game if they didn't release any updates for it, because every single update breaks every mod, and the mods are literally the only reason to play the game. Like 90% of mods aren't even on the new version, like ever. Oh, alright, so where is the issue? This is a really annoying thing, because I do not know where the problem is. So at least terrain gen is much better now? Maybe. That might be the case, yeah. Hello Mark, how's it going? Alright, so let's see here. It has to be like here. Because we're pathfinding here. I do have a way of maybe testing this. But let's see. Maybe I should write a bit of code too. Too much RO the last few days, but I'm on vacation, so, well, I mean, if you have like a personal project, then maybe that's fine. Commercial one. Working on your vacation sounds like a bad idea. Sounds like a wait, like, why, like, just go back to work at that point. Why is this so weird? Does this not have a bracket? So we should be here now. I mean, it's gotta be this, right? Somehow. Like, check boundary collision. This is where I am first checking the boundary collision of yeah, these are the bounds. It's based on the AoE's size. And then we add targets there. And then we go through this. Check pattern collision. AoE bounds. AoE info. Temp target tile bounds. It has to be something I'm doing wrong here. What am I doing here? This looks wrong. Yeah, this should be size? Like that. But it shouldn't really be that either. It should just be the AoE info or AoE pattern here. This should be AoE info dot pattern. AoE size. That's what that should be, right? That's just short form for get length on all of those. I don't know if that would fix anything, but let's try it. It could be that. Nope, it was not that. It just doesn't work sometimes. Why? Basically here I need to do something. Input key named A is unknown. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. So you do like get key down key code dot A. That's what you do. I don't think I'm using A for anything. I just thought it said string, so I was like, all right, I'll type in A. But no, that's not how we do it. I don't know if this still counts as being attached. All right, so here it's bugging out. Either it's not attached or it doesn't enter here. It might not. I might have optimized it already to only happen once, like on bot movement. In that case, or on tile change. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh, we got it. Okay, so what is happening here? Temp targets has 2 targets. That's good because it's supposed to. So now we have to go in here and see what the hell is happening. Check pattern collision. Getting tile bound, and we're getting the action. Yeah. Jesus Christ. A lot of effort to get a position. Which it honestly shouldn't be. I don't know really why I'm doing it like this. It's kind of stupid. Because you shouldn't be fetching and calculating a tile position. That's so dumb. When you set the position, because the unit has to have both a tile position and a true position, right? That's just how it is. Because the tile position is just, it translates to a true position on the screen. So when I'm setting a position, that should just set a tile value. Like, that's how it should be. It shouldn't be a getter that calculates it on the fly. That is so scuffed, dude. And I think I am kind of doing that somewhere. Like here, we are setting position, internal position. No, I'm not actually setting that. Yeah, I gotta change that later. That is terrible. Change tile position to be set on position change instead of calculated on demand. That's just so bad. And we continue. Yep, we're fetching a vector 3, vector 6. And then here, now we go into check pattern collision. We fetch the AoE size, which is 551. Right? So now we have a length of 5. This is 155. So now it should be vector target bounds. Why did that get skipped? What the fuck am I doing here, dude? Okay, so how does this work? If AoE bounds Yeah, the idea is that I'm checking one tile. We have min on this side. So if the AoE bounds x min plus x is greater than target bounds, right? I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, so so 9. This is now within the bounds. Yeah. Don't know why it's fetching Min like 6 times. So now this is 10. And this bound is 11. Okay, so we're like below. Meaning this is gonna keep going for a while. It needs to go through the whole X length. We need to get to Y plus 1. There, now Y is 1. Now X is 1, so now it should be, 9, 11, 9, 11, and Z show. Why won't it show it? The fuck? Is it because it's focused over here? Yeah, okay. This should be true. It's true. So then we go in here. And then we check like AoE size, we check if it's all below the value, which it is. And then we check the AoE pattern. The pattern looks like that. So one should be true. So that's where we are now. 1 is true. So this should just return true. Yeah? Yeah? So why didn't it work? I don't get it. Is it this? Oh, wait, what's happening here? Yeah, I need a boolean here. I need a boolean. Okay, so this is what's happening, right? I already have the boolean. We have a found hover target. I don't really know what to do with that. This is for single target, so I'm gonna have 2 target founds here for now until I start trying to implement like multi-targeting information screens, right? But what was happening was that this is kind of designed for finding a single target when you hover the mouse over it. And when it does find it, it sets this to true, and then it breaks this for loop. But then, what's happening is that this is not happening. I think. Or maybe this is happening. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, this is only happening when I'm single targeting, right? And what this does is it breaks the for loop, which means it progresses down here. But because it's not breaking the for loop, we continue looking for targets and pattern collisions and shit. And then when we find that over here, when we fail to find anything here, then it goes down here and it's like, okay, this was the last iteration of this check, right? And we didn't find any targets. So I'm going to reset all of the targets that are currently outlined. Because we are now like outside of anything, you know, we didn't find anything. So now that should be fixed. Hello, Marshall. How's it going? It's not happening there. Let's try again. We should have added more units. Game developer. Game developer. We're working on a single player tactics RPG. I'm coding some stuff. Right now I'm trying to get AoE spells and effects to work properly when it comes to targeting and drawing, like highlights and stuff like that. Alright, so okay, I think that works properly now in all cases. Yeah. Most can programmers hack something? Jesus Christ. What are you trying to hack, bro? What should I crack for you? There was no tea left. Oh. Alright, well that's good. We got that to work. What next? I wanted to know. Fair enough. But no, programmers can't hack stuff unless they know how to do it. Doesn't just come with the skill set. Hacking is a completely different subset of programming, and I don't even know really how to talk about hacking, because it's usually just like exploiting some kind of security flaw in something, right? It isn't about like writing complicated code or whatever, it's just knowing how things work. It's more like about knowing how the operating system works, I think, for the most part. Or knowing how the hardware works, exactly. And then there's some programming involved. Sometimes. But no, programming itself is a lot different from hacking, you know. It's programming is very easy. You just open it up and you just write some stuff to make things happen, you know. That sounds too basic to understand, but that is really how it is. I want to be a basic hacker, but I don't know nothing of computer. Well, then you're gonna have to study, dude. Actually knowing how to do hacking, and just like being a script kiddie, as they call it, or used to call it back in the day when I was young, is very different. Just being able to like execute something someone else has made, you know, that doesn't make you a hacker. I only know how to write in Notepad. That's not gonna get you very far, man. But, you know, when it comes to programming or even hacking or whatever, you can pretty much just go on YouTube and search for hacking guide. I promise you, you'll find something. It's not illegal to learn how to hack. There are lots of things that'll let you that'll teach you how to hack certain things, right? You know, it's kind of like lockpicking. Learning lockpicking isn't illegal either. And you know, you have like the lockpicking lawyer on YouTube who shows how to lockpick all kinds of locks and stuff like that. It is more akin to lockpicking than anything else. But there are little things you can find. I've seen some basic programs to teach you how to like. I saw there's like a program out there that's just like a login thing. It just gives you like username, password, and then you have to figure out how to get into that by just using hacking tools. I don't know what it's called. I don't know how to find it, but it should be around out there somewhere. And that comes with like using tools that let you I don't even know the words to use. It lets you like decompile the executable and stuff like that. And then you can figure out how the code works and whatnot. So but the thing about it as well is that everyone uses different like everybody programs things differently. There are all kinds of different security measures, so it's just like lockpicking. Even if you figure out how to get into something, that's only gonna let you get into that thing, you know. There's still gonna be like a bunch of different security measures that you won't be able to crack. I'm from Sweden. Okay, so what am I doing now? That was like step one of that. I have had some trouble getting back to work last week because I also am a little bit unsure exactly what to do right now. I did lay it out in a stream like 3 streams ago. I was like, I need to do this and this and this and this. But I can't remember. So here we have actions, right? It's afternoon. Yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock. This skill here works, right? Maybe I should increase the movement speed finally. It's not crashing. I'm trying to crash it so I can figure out what to do. Again, all the animations are placeholders. Okay, so here we have a defensive thing called barrier that doesn't work. Yeah, barrier is not implemented at all. I guess we can just continue trying to implement some abilities or some shit. I'm watching from Asia and it's 7:20 p.m. Did you get here from the Ragnarok streams? I have noticed a huge influx of Asians after streaming Ragnarok. Do you think will AIs replace programmers? Yeah. On some levels, eventually, yeah, but not really, because AIs are fucking retarded. I think you will be able to do some surface level things with AI, like having an AI program like the front end of a website for you, for example. But using AI to program anything that matters is a pipe dream within our lifetime, more or less. Because large programming efforts, really, that involve more than one person, like the biggest aspect of that is coherency within the team, where you have like certain ways of doing things and certain rules and stuff like that, so that everything doesn't turn into a total mess, right? And AI programming is a fucking mess right now, but AI is also super early. And it's also about like maintaining the code long term, stuff like that. Like you can't do that with AI code. It's ridiculous. But I do think that there will absolutely be some applications for it, for sure. 100%. But what that is, who knows? I think AI is going to be a lot stronger than people realize, but I also think that people are also not realizing its limitations, for the moment at least. Okay, here we have a barrier. I don't think I have really implemented buffs yet. Command type healing. That's I mean, that's not exactly true, but I don't think it really matters. The command type, I do have a buff. Now the question is, how should the barrier function? what's the date/day there? It's probably the same as where you are. It's the 12th. We're not that far away. So which country are you from? Mostly had Indonesians so far, I think. That seems to be the RO crowd. The Koreans don't speak English like at all. Neither do the Chinese. Neither do the Japanese. Indonesia seems to be the RO capital of Asia. And they're pretty close to Australia. I wonder if that's why you're so good at English over there. Taking a sip out of my jug. I have to take a look at this here. Do I have like buffs implemented in any way? My English is good. It's pretty good. Yeah. It's obvious that you're not a native speaker, but I have seen a lot worse, bro. Like the French or Spanish people over here, like 10 times worse, easily. Okay. I'm a student, that's why. Alright, sounds good. Add bleed. Status effects. There. So, okay, there it is. Status effects. So that's what we have. We have a class called status effect. And that does all of this shit. No, your English is fine, dude. Better than a lot of Europeans. Yeah, enjoy your day as well, dude. What's left of it. Status effect limit. Charges time stacks. Right. So this needs to add a status effect. We need to program a barrier. Well, without overthinking it, because we've been changing how things work in the lore and like making rules for how things work in the tabletop too. So, because I could make a barrier just last for, you know, X amounts of turns or for X amounts of hits, but it might be a bit more advanced than that too. You know, it could be like the barrier lasts for as long as you maintain it, and you gain. We have something called heat. Hello, Pedro. Is it your game or a game for some job? Oh, it's a little bit of both. We're working on a game called Legends of Terrestria, which is a wider project as well. We have it's mostly like a setting, fantasy setting, that my friend Kyle is working on, or Kibbs over on the Bickering Bunch on YouTube. That it's really his how do I put it? His baby, so to speak. And but we're working together on that. I'm programming, helping with writing, helping design things. I'm also doing pixel art. So it's a team effort for sure. But it is not mine. But this is my job, yeah. But I think for now, I'm just gonna make the barrier last for X amounts of hits. And then that's it, right? So how do I store this? How do I... Hit information. Combat action. I'm unsure how I want to store it, right? I think I'm just gonna have a list on every action. Public list status effect. Right, what was that? Status effect. So we have LOT status effects. What is that? That's a class. And here we have bleeding. Is this how I wanted to do it? I think so. I think this is for the best. Yeah, no, this is how it has to be. So here we have melt armor. So let's try making a new status effect here. Status effect type. Stat modifier. Blind, bleeding, bleeding. Something like that, I'm not sure. Make it a barrier. And it doesn't necessarily have a duration then. It doesn't need to... Yeah, that's... We can just do that. Damage reduction flat. Override trigger. What does this do? Bool reduce stacks. Trigger bool, trigger boolean. Okay, I think basically we just need to have int value Does this need to return a boolean? Can't this just be a void? And then here we have a barrier, right? So here we want a void trigger int incoming damage. Then we'll say barrier takes incoming damage. Damage. Barrier on plus target dot name. There's no name. Target dot data entity data dot object name. So then we're gonna say current power. Let's say current barrier strength. But barrier strength equals power. No. This is Flat. Barrier flat. And then if this triggers incoming damage, then maybe this should return an integer. Yeah, I think that's for the best. So then we're gonna say if incoming damage is greater than barrier, current barrier flat, barrier multiple. That's weird. No, that's not right. I just made some variables here before. Like we have healing mult, healing flat, barrier mult, barrier flat, speed mult, speed flat. Damage reduction flat, damage reduction mult, barrier multiplier. I don't think that makes sense. I mean, it could. But I guess we'll just try using barrier flat for now. And we'll just say if incoming damage is greater than barrier flat, then the barrier should be destroyed, right? I'll be right back. Whew. Yep. All right. If incoming damage... Well, what if we just do something like int damage out equals barrier flat minus incoming damage? No. Incoming damage minus barrier flat. That's what we're gonna say. And then we're gonna say if damage out is less than or equals to 0, no. If damage out is less than 0, then we return math system dot math dot, well, maybe not. Maybe let's see, math f. I can just abs damage out and cast that to an integer, which apparently is unnecessary because it does that anyway. I don't like doing it. No. Let's just do, because damage out is less than 0, which means we can just multiply it by -1. That makes a lot more sense to me. That's a lot more secure than casting to a float and casting back again. Because all I'm trying to do is just return the amount of damage that we are exceeding the barrier, right? But that's not all it's gonna do either. No, that's wrong. That is wrong. We're just gonna return 0. Else return damage out. That's what we're gonna do. But then here, if damage out is less than 0, that means we still have barrier left, right? Else, here, we're gonna have to say destroy barrier. Oh, we are reaching that part of the stream, for those who are new here, where I leave the stream on and go for a walk for 40 minutes. So it's about that time. We'll see. I'll try to keep going for like 2 hours after this, hopefully. Implementing a barrier here should not be that difficult. But yeah, I think I will be back in a little bit. So I'll see you soon. When I leave your stream on and get focused, I regularly get jump scared when you come back from your walk and suddenly start talking. Fair enough. Well, hey, it'll wake you up a little bit. So be prepared for jump scares soon. Be right back. Ooh. I got your ass. Whew. All right. I wish I had some protein shake or something. But that's not good for me. Normally, I'm supposed to be doing 10 minutes on my exercise bike every 3 days, which is my work days. But I'm trying to switch it to just going for a run during my break. It's a lot easier. You go outside, and I get it done because I always take my break anyway. Hopefully it's not too much. But hopefully I can go for a run and sit 10 minutes on my bike the same day without crashing out soon. That would be good. I think I'm gonna make some chalky milk. Sugar-free, it's only cacao, which is pretty bad, but you know, it works. If you heat it up, it works, otherwise it doesn't blend. I cannot handle a lot of exercise, it fucks me up big time. I'm gonna make some chocolate. No! I quit all sweet things on Sunday night. I haven't eaten sweet things for 2 months. There's no sugar in this. Put a little bit of salt in it though. I shouldn't even be making it with cacao, but okay to have a little treat now and then, otherwise you go crazy. As long as it's not like a chocolate bar. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. I've been trying to cheat with like buying some tortillas every Friday or something, and that like almost ruins my entire diet. Because I'm like, I'm gonna have 2 tortillas this Friday, and then the next day I eat all of the tortillas. So yeah. Lactose-free milk and cocoa. The weekly treat thing familiar? Yeah, it's terrible. It barely works at all. Tea is my current go-to to like manage. So I'm just buying different flavored teas now. And I drink that once or twice a day. And that's like treat hour, basically. Because I don't want to drink coffee. Coffee makes me like feverish, kind of. It makes me... It becomes difficult to concentrate for me if I drink coffee. Kind of just makes everything worse. Not very noticeable, but I notice it if I drink coffee and then I try to start the stream and try to focus on programming. It doesn't work. Can't do it. Tea is probably not great either, but it's 100 times better than coffee is, for sure. It's never just one day. Yeah, yeah. And then it makes the cravings worse for the next week. So then it becomes Wednesday too. It is literally an addiction. Coffee makes me think everything I did is amazing, then the next day it takes longer to fix it than it did properly if I did it properly. Okay. So here, what we need to do is we need to destroy this instance. And that should then just be so I have add a status effect. So I think I should have a public void remove status effect. Status effect. Status effect. Effect name. From that. If status effect dot contains status effect, then status effects dot remove status effect. Ooh. This is like ultra basic, and in reality it can't be this basic, because if we're gonna have like a barrier effect on a character, that might be a persistent effect, right? Like it might be a literal bubble barrier around them or something akin to that. So just removing the buff itself is gonna be not nearly enough. It's gonna need a lot of code to disable the spell effect. But we'll deal with one thing at a time. So I don't actually really have a method right now to track it, to track the effect itself. So, or at least I think so. Let's take a look. Because, for example, if we look on the actions here, so here, for example, we are initializing the effect object here, and the effect object is actually added here to the main controller, where we have an effect object, but it's too basic. Right now, I'm only adding effect objects. They have a target, and they do contain an effect data. Which is this. This is how it's handled, right? Or like which, what kind of light mode, what kind of color it emits, how big it is, what kind of render mode it's using, which sorting layer is it on, which animation is it gonna use, blah 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 blah, right? But what it's not doing is allowing me to handle a unique effect object through the effect itself, like meaning the bleed or the barrier or whatever. So it does need to have a link to that, right? So or maybe it doesn't. Maybe this is the barrier, right? So what we're doing we have apply barrier here. Okay. We're applying a barrier here. But we're only applying it from a source. So the thing is, there are multiple ways to design this, right? Like, either barrier is just like a pool, and it could be just a pool. I am actually okay with that. Kind of like energy shield in Path of Exile, for example. But it could be like that, but it could also be like its own buff, right? Or effect applied to you, so you have like a buff like in World of Warcraft that says energy shield 200, and that's gonna apply, that's gonna protect you from 200 damage, right? But the reason I think it shouldn't be a pool is because we have, you know, you can generate a shield that functions against physical damage. You can also generate a shield that functions against ethereal beings and spell effects and stuff like that. So because of that, I think it would have to be some kind of buff. But I would prefer it if we didn't do buffs that much, because to some degree it's better to have some kind of full system, right? Because if you look at World of Warcraft, for example, if you do everything with buffs and effects, you end up with a list on your characters. Potentially, you end up with a list that spans like 6 rows, and that's retarded. Like, that is terrible. It's even bad in World of Warcraft. For sure. Like, you cannot manage that on your own. You need add-ons to track anything there. Like, if you're playing a character that has like some kind of proc that comes up, sometimes you get like Firestarter or whatever, and that's gonna let you use like this certain spell instantly. Without add-ons, you cannot track that, because the buff is just gonna pop up somewhere for like 5 seconds in the middle of literally 28 different other buffs, right? Even when you're playing solo, it's gonna be like 12 buffs sometimes that it's conflicting with, or that it's mingled with, rather. And it turns everything into a mess. And especially in like a smaller game like this, where you don't just have like one UI for one character, but rather you have you might need to display information for every character on the screen in a pertinent manner, because, you know, you want to see, does this character have a debuff that matters for me, like targeting things with this spell that I'm currently using, right? And if you end up having like 7 buffs on a character, it's gonna clutter the screen. But at the same time, having like HP and having ethereal barrier and having physical barrier, if you end up having like a bunch of different barriers, like different meters and bars, and on top of that you also have armor types and values that need to be shown on every character easily, it also becomes weird. So we're gonna have to try and see what feels right. So I'm not really sure how I want to handle this. Had to write something. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just thinking, like, if it were to be meters, like, how would that be visualized? And both solutions are bad. That's the real problem. I have a doubt? What's your doubt? Don't doubt yourself, brother. You can do it. When you know coding, then you can change the programming of any game? No, you can't. When you compile the code into an executable, you can no longer read the code. You can't access the code. You can't open up the code again. So you can't like reprogram the game. You need to have what I have right here. And if the developers haven't released that, then you don't have access to it. If there's an error in code, then how will know where there's a problem? It can be difficult sometimes. Yeah, for sure. But the program that you use here to write code in is very complex. And if you make mistakes, that will make the program like not run. It will tell you. For example, here, I forgot to finish this line and type some name in here and end it properly. And now it's... yeah. So it shows me here that there's an error. But that only works for things when you are doing things wrong within like the coding language, right? So you can also make mistakes within your own logic for how you like program, let's say, how an AoE effect is applied to like multiple characters. And the way you program that might just not make sense, right? And then like one target like doesn't get hit or stuff like that. Then you just have to figure out where the problem is. Like, where did you make this mistake? And that's just how it is. But long program and one single mistake will be difficult to know. Not necessarily. Like, you can usually pin it down to like, you know, if you're applying a bleed effect to a character and like that's insta-killing the character or something, you know, you can pin that down almost immediately. Like, it has something to do with the bleed itself, or when the status effect is dealing damage, and then you know exactly where to go and look, and you know, so it's not that bad usually. And there are also some more tricks that you can do to figure it out. It's not like you have to go through all of the code. I'm really having trouble deciding, but... Hmm... Alright, so first of all, I'm not a huge fan of these. I think this should be above the head. That's her feet. Alright, like that, that's her feet. I chose economics instead of computer, and I want to be a hacker. Well, going to school to be a hacker is kind of pointless. It's better to just do it. Becoming a programmer through school is like the worst way to become a programmer, dude. I want a rainbow text, but when I'm copying, it's not a rainbow color. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You want a rainbow text where, dude? All right, so here's the issue, right? Like, let's say we have this health bar here. The health bar already can't really contain any numbers because pixel art it's too restrictive. You can't fit the numbers. Like, this is only 2 pixels tall. If you want to write something, it has like a minimum size requirement, you know, like 5 pixels is like the absolute minimum. You can do slightly less, but it becomes completely unlegible. So that would mean that this health bar would need to be at least 6 or 7 thick, which would be like this. You know, something like it would be massive, man. And then you have to fit this in. You know, like that. You know, like that. Which is, it is doable, but it is huge, right? I don't like it. So I'm not gonna go for that. We're just gonna keep it the way it is, like this. Maybe even making it thinner. But I don't really want to make it thinner, because it becomes kind of iffy. Is there any app? Any app for what? I don't know. What are you trying to do? You want rainbow text for what? Like, I don't know what you're talking about it. What do you mean? It could be like this, and then when you get hit, it's like... does that, right? Like, that could work. But without the outlines around the central color, it's kind of, I don't know. I don't really like it. But the outlines take up a lot of space as well. So, and now here's where the real problem is, right? So what do I do if I want more bars, right? Like, what if we want barrier bars or some shit? Where do I put that? Do I just have like 2 black bars here? Like this? Or like maybe we have one that's dark blue and one that's like dark purple. And it looks like that. And then when it fills up, it looks like this. But what does that mean? What does the bar mean in that case? That doesn't make any sense either, right? Because what is this? What is the maximum? With health, the character has a maximum barrier value, right? Or a maximum health pool. So you know, like, it should be from 0 is here, maximum is here. But here, if it's just a bar, it's like... what is that? If this is like 70, what is this? If it's just like something that you can stack up on a character, can you only have like a barrier up to your max health? Like, no, that doesn't make sense. So it's both visually confusing and it doesn't make sense design-wise either. So then what is the solution? Like, we can make, I imagine she's gonna have like some kind of visual barrier, right? But I don't know exactly what it will be designed like. But maybe she has a barrier that looks like this or something. Right? And then what? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe she just has a barrier. The fact that she has a barrier around her is the indicator that she has a barrier, right? And what you can do then is when you, if you're like hovering over her with an AoE, then it can show, like maybe we just on top of her here, it can be like, it shows something like, I don't know. It's a really shitty effect. Why are you saying? What are you doing? I don't know what you're talking about, man. You gotta let me know what's happening. What are you? You can't send me an entire code base, man. I don't know what's happening. You could do something like this. And then it literally just shows like 23. Oh. Or div class rainbow text. I don't know how to do that, dude. That's like CSS. I don't know CSS. You know, like something like this. That could be one solution. When you mouse over, or like over here, you know, or over here. No, I actually don't know how CSS works, really. Like, every time I have had to do something with it, which is like once, I have to look it up like every single time. I have to Google a lot. I don't really know how to fix that on the fly. That's also programming in a nutshell. It is like 99% Googling. And you don't know how to do something. How else could I add something to this? The problem is that I can't really fit like swords and shit. Like, the icon work is gonna be a little tough. But it could work something like this. Right? We do that. And then we put a sword here somewhere. And then here we add like a swing effect. But it would need we need to show a hilt of some sort. Something like that, and then you could have something like something similar, except here you make it like purple or whatever. And then here you show some kind of fireball, maybe. It's a fucking terrible fireball. I don't like that the background is black. So I want to be able to have outlines on things. Don't like that at all, but not really trying to make icons here. Just conceptualizing this shit. I don't really like this either. Hold on. I think I haven't saved them here. There. Ooh. That's so large, man. Hmm. It was pretty cool. I'd play it. Thank you, Sarscroat97. We're working on it. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to, like... show that a character has barrier or something like that. It could be made simpler by simply saying that a character can only have one barrier up at any one time. That way, I think it would be a lot easier. And I think that's probably the way to go. And then there could be, you know, maybe there's a barrier, one barrier type that is physical, and one barrier type that blocks spells, ethereal stuff, and maybe there's a barrier type that does both, right? And if that's the case, then a bar could work, right? Because then a barrier would have like a value. Like maybe a barrier would have a maximum potency or something like that, right? And then like applying a new barrier would overwrite the old barrier. And in that case, you could do something like hello, rat. How's it going? I could do something like this. And then we make it blue or something. Then you could do something like that. Or even just use one more meter here. That is actually like what we did first. Let late and almost missed work. Like all of it or just a little bit of it? It's the whole ass day. Got it all done, but went there 3 hours late. Fair enough. See, what I don't like about this is that it's very easy for it to become hard to see. You know, it melds together with the green very easily. So it would have to be a distinct color. Like purple. Purple would work. I think these weapons are not legible enough. I find them hard to read. Because it would be this size. This is the intended. A white outline? I mean, they already have an outline, so they'd have to have a white outline on top of the black outline. Nah, I don't think that is the solution. But I think making the outlines darker might work partially. For a second, I thought you were listening to Children of Bottom. No, this is Modern Tree of Savior. I think. Near... No, maybe it's not. Yeah, I think so. They did a lot of like heavier rock tracks later on. Most of them were not amazing. They didn't really fit that well. I think this might be a boss track or something. Do I still have this thing working? No. Does that work? No. I had done something like this. And I just did that. Fuck you. How do you draw? How do you draw a little mouse or something? Little pointer. I don't know if I want a hand, but you know, a nice place to start, I suppose. Right now we're just concepting, like I said. Because we wanna experiment with having like slashing, piercing, blunt armor on different units, but that means that you're gonna have to be able to see that information immediately, right? And the next problem is what if you have even more types, right? Like what if this is not just this? What if this is like fire, lightning, you know, that kind of shit as well? Do I just show this? Do I just show what the current selected ability does, right? So, like if it's a blunt attack, I just show the blunt armor next to a unit's health bar or something like that. Because that's where I feel like it would be nice to be able to see everything too. Without hovering them. But that could also be like a button, show all or whatever. You hold that and then you can see every unit's sheets or something like that, or right? Because no matter what you do, you have to weigh this and that against each other. So, for example, the way I wanted to do it at first was to just have like none light, medium, and heavy armor, and then you would make the weapon types have just built-in penetration, basically. So you would make swords have like 10% piercing, 20% bludgeoning or blunt would have like 30% penetration. So if you had like full plate, you'd have like 60% reduction in damage taken. If you had medium armor, you would have 40%. If you had light armor, you would have 20%. So the weapon type would just subtract from that. So if you hit someone with 60% with a sword, that reduces like 10%. So you'd end up with 50%, right? Something like that. And with a system like that, it makes everything more streamlined and simple. But that's not necessarily a good thing. But what it does is it makes it a lot easier to create a user interface that shows pertinent information. Because then all you need to know is this a medium armor unit? Is this a heavy unit? Is this a light unit? Like, that will tell you pretty much everything. But if you want every unit to have different armor types, or like different armor values, you know, wildly, that's also doable. Because then you can have like more flat damage reduction from certain types, like a full plate can just completely mitigate slashing damage, for example. Like, you're not gonna slash someone who has full plate, and then you're just gonna have to use magic or like put another unit there that can actually deal with it, or you know, something like that. But then you need to have ready access to that information, because if you're gonna have multiple damage types, and you then have to like choose who's gonna do what, you don't want to have to like mouse over every single target to decide like, oh, what I'm gonna do, oh, what did that guy have, what did that guy have, what did that guy have, blah 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 blah. Specifying damage types and how they differ from each other seems more complicated than just adding some specific effects on specific weapon types. I do think like it really depends where where you're coming from, right? So if you're just making a traditional like RPG, the way RPGs have mostly been made, then armor type isn't really a thing. Like, you just have armor, you have more or less armor, right? And then you just hit things with swords and spears and shit. But if you want a more realism-based approach, then you're not fucking killing somebody in an armor by hitting him with a sword, unless you're like stabbing him in the eye socket. So in a tactical kind of turn-based game, I think there is definitely room for making weapons be worse or better or worse against certain targets, right? But it does complicate the game 100% for sure. But I think that's okay. And yeah, you can make weapon types just do different things. You know, typically old school design approaches is like, this weapon can have like a chance to apply a bleed, or this weapon has a chance to apply a stun, or this, you know, I don't really like that. I think that's kind of bad. It's too basic, and it usually doesn't work out in practice. It just kind of like it all plays the same anyway. So like to differentiate skills or to differentiate weapons, instead of just going up and attacking, and like the weapon having some kind of effect, we are designing the game to be more around skills. Like if you've played Guild Wars or something, more like that, where it's more like a weapon has a kind of toolkit, right? More than it's you go up and press attack, and because you have a sword, you do this and that much damage. So that's kind of how I want to design it more, where you don't actually have like a basic attack, really. You might have like a set number of maneuvers that you apply that do things. It's a little let's say you have like plate armor and chainmail next to each other in a store. Both are going to carry like 4 different armor stats. So yeah. Now here's where things are a little bit more difficult. We'll see. I'll let you finish. But there are so many ways to approach design, and how do you choose between them? That's the thing, right? So in like a classic RPG, you know, like World of Warcraft or whatever. Well, maybe not in World of Warcraft, but you know, if you have a freeform RPG type game, right? You want everything to work. I want to be able to play a knife build, and that should work. I want to be able to play a sword build, and that should work. Like always, I want to build. You know, I want to play light armor and whatever, and that should be viable. And that's an absolutely fine thing to like attempt to make valid, right? But you can also approach it from another direction, which is, this is not really an MMO. It's just a single player story game. So we don't need to balance things in that manner, right? So what we can do is the full plate is just better in every way than the chainmail, except that it's more costly. Now, we're not gonna actually have like buying full plates and stuff like that, but it's like a unit that has full plate is basically only superior to a lightly armored unit, right? Like that is the reality of armor at the end of the day. So that is more like the direction we're coming from when it comes to this. Because we're making a story-focused game. It's not going to be about grinding or buying gear or shit like that. It's going to be about mainly the story and combat encounters and stuff like that, really. and customizing your characters when it comes to like skill loadouts and talent trees and that kind of stuff, more than buying like gear and whatnot. What armor stats were you thinking? Yeah, slashing, piercing, and blunt, but you would also need to have like elemental resistances, kind of. Because we do have magic, so if you shoot someone with a fireball, it only makes sense that an armor would protect against fire, for example, to some degree. Same with like leather and clothes, or blah blah blah. So that's where it gets a little complicated, right? Because now we have like a lot of things that are related, but it wouldn't necessarily be. Some games make fire spells more effective against Blade. Yeah, I mean some games like Ragnarok, for example, have magic defense completely separate from like physical defense too. Like those are different things. In Path of Exile, you need to just you have resistances, which is a completely different thing. But yeah, here I guess we'll have to see where we end up, because it's still a little bit experimental when it comes to like armor values and the more detail things, you know. Did you know you can get more than 100% elemental resist in Oro? No, I did. Does that heal you? No, it doesn't. I would be surprised if it did. No, it does make fire heal you? Okay. I did get a little bit depressed yesterday when I was fiddling around with the calculator, because I ended up realizing that my two-hand sword crusader is kind of bricked, because one-handed swords do more damage than two-handed swords. And you can equip a shield. That was a little bit sad. I did. Even with maxed two-handed mastery, I would still do more damage with a one-handed sword than with a two-handed sword. When, like, with a fully decked out blade versus katana. I think, or it would be the same or more. That's my issue. So, yeah. I think I might stop here. I'm not really sure which direction to take the design here. Need to talk to Kyle a little bit about this, I think. I don't think he'll know either, really, but, you know, might help to brainstorm a little bit. But basically, I'm just trying to visualize how I can show some information here. So the Astrian Templars can, or one of their big focuses is generating barriers. So they're like melee based spellcasters kind of, and they heavily focus on barrier generation. So Ria, who is a Templar, which is one of our main characters, she will have barrier type spells, but there are also barriers that protect against physical damage. There are barriers that protect against ethereal / magic damage, I guess. Which I do need to talk to Cal more about that. So because of that, it's like it becomes a little difficult. Like, how would I visualize a barrier? How would I deliver the information of how strongly the barrier is currently without just relying on like a long list of buffs that like this character has this buff, that buff, that buff, that buff. I don't want to do that. I want it to be something that's clear and concise so that you can just see it immediately. This is a barrier. And in that case, we have to decide, like, should you be able to have one barrier only? So you have to, like... They are facing the wrong way, you're right. Yeah. They're not flipping properly when they're in combat. Let me tell you, generating those shadows was fucking complicated. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. So that's why I lean more towards the left side here. Just having a barrier meter like that, maybe, or just doing this, right? This is a little clunky. Having a barrier here is a little less visible. It could be a bit bigger, maybe. Something about that Ria reminds me of Fire Emblem. Or maybe it's just the fact that it's little anime adjacent pixel art as well. And the game does kind of have Fire Emblem-y cutscenes and stuff when we're fighting. So it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, it's not quite the same. I don't want to do, you know, in Fire Emblem they do full screen anime, like cutscenes that cut away from the battlefield. That's something I wanted to avoid personally. So it's more like something like this, which we'll see how it ends up working. Because it's either that or I animate every single attack from every single direction, which is gonna be an absolutely ridiculous amount of work. So I would rather just be able to animate it left to right, always. These are very placeholdery, by the way. But spells just happen on the screen, unless they need to work differently. But if there are multiple chars there, no, they don't walk away. The characters are just kind of moved out in front. Not entirely finalized how it's gonna look. But if I go up and attack this guy here. Okay, no, it doesn't work the way it should. Right now they are... Yeah, right now she's being drawn behind here. But the way I want it to work is that they are like lifted to the foreground. And it kind of happens on top of the battlefield, kinda, if that makes any sense. Initially, I was thinking of... I don't like these health bars, by the way, they're terrible. Initially, I was kind of wondering if we could generate some kind of terrain in the background and whatnot, but it's very difficult. And then I have to draw like backgrounds for every single area. Just pulling the area from where that they're standing on doesn't look very good, because they like, it might be a character over here that's like shooting a bow on a character over here, and then they have to... Yeah, I didn't want to open a window, because one of the problems with Fire Emblem, it looks really cool when you have like this whole screen and there's like this whole section and when they're attacking and whatnot. It looks cool, but after the cutscene is done, you like lose track of where the fuck you were. You're like, oh, okay, what? Just wait, which character did I move? Where was I on the screen and stuff like that? And I want to avoid that whole disconnect if I can. And I think this will work, but it's just gonna need some polish and stuff. And then we'll see. But usually things come down to the details if it works or not, really. But I'm not like 100% sold on the solution that I have either. But I think it's gonna be one of the best solutions that we can do. But there are problems too, like if I make an archer and I give the archer like long range, like maybe an archer can shoot, you know, off the screen. Then it becomes really weird if I like grab one character from over here and one character from like over here, and then they move over there. I don't like how they leave their spots when they fight. Well, they have to. They can't fight otherwise. Like, it literally has to cut away to another screen or something. Because even if I were to like animate this where they're standing, it doesn't work. There's not enough room to actually animate fighting between these two characters here. I can't do it. So it's either they move apart and all the other characters fade away a little bit so that these guys become like lifted to the forefront, or it's a completely different screen. And I don't really like the completely different screen either. So it's, yeah. Why not just make him swing? Because they're not just gonna swing. Like, this guy has a spear. How is he gonna hit this character? She's too close. And even then, if it's just a normal attack, like, okay, but we have multiple attacks, you know? That might have more complicated animations. And if I then have more complicated animations, I'm gonna have to animate that in 3 directions, which is gonna be trash. Because like this here she's taking her position. And then we have this attack that takes up like several tiles. It's not doable if they're just standing next to each other. Didn't get any of that? Well, I don't even remember what I said. You'll have to go check it on YouTube. Or in the VOD, as I don't know. But yeah, no, it's not gonna work. But yeah, no, I think I'm done for today. I need to figure out really which way to go with this. Don't know why I'm fixing this. It's not really, it's not real. It's not real. Not real art. But yeah, that'll be that. I'll be back in a bit. We'll play some video games. And I'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging.